So this is what we left, and that is what we do a little bit of recall before we move on. And now we are ready into the claim evidence reasoning. Okay, the claim evidence reasoning. As it says here, the claim is a statement of a conclusion. Okay, and evidence is the data of or observation that supports the claim, and the reasoning is the logical explanation that connects the evidence to the claim. Itu definition. Yang penting nak tengok how the CR in action. Kan? Okay, let's have a look at how CR look like in action. Again, it's color coded. What I like about Dr. Prashaya Pong's note is that everything is very, very clear and it's all color coded. You can see here, this is the claim, which is the red one. This is the evidence, which is the blue one. And this is the reasoning, that is the green one. I will let you read in silence. Cerita ni macam ni. The write up is about, tahulah kita ni dah bulan Rejab kan? Jadi sebulan lagi Syakban, lepas tu nak puasa. Tetapi bagi yang non-Muslim, in order for them to do, obviously ada Muslim puasa bukan sebab nak kuruskan badan. Tetapi bila kita puasa, kita sebenarnya boleh kuruskan badan. So here you're talking about intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting for you to reduce you punya weight or for weight loss purposes. Okay, so here there is a statement on the intermittent fasting significantly enhances metabolic health and weight loss. Okay, so that is a claim. Contohnya kalau macam kita hari-hari lagi cakap, kau ni badan dah gemuk sangat lah, puasa kau puasa. Puasa, kalau kau puasa kau boleh kurus. Itu claim lah. Kan? Orang sains dia tak boleh tau. Orang dulu saya ingat saya pernah bergaduh dengan saya punya roommate. Roommate saya bukan orang sains. Bila saya tanya, kenapa saya I started because I'm a science stream punya student. So saya start tanya evidence, saya start tanya reasoning. You know what she answered me eventually? She said, mak aku cakap. So the ER is, mak aku cakap. But however, the science and engineers don't do that. Okay, whenever they come up with a statement or a claim, they will always come up with evidence and reason. Okay, kalau kau puasa, kau boleh kurus ataupun kau puasa, jadi kau boleh kurus. Contohnya. So, what is the evidence? And what is the reason? So basically the reasoning is actually now tying up the red and also the blue one. Okay? So that's what it is. And let me continue. When we would like to answer the claim, okay, we need to come up with evidence. This evidence requires us to do a little bit of investigation. Remember? The 3D learning? 3D learning is about how the scientists find out about this thing. They will investigate. They will ask questions, they will inquire. So by inquiry, they actually give two evidence. One is from the journal, one is actually from the observation of the participants themselves going through intermittent fasting. Nampak tak ada dua evidence dekat situ kan? Dekat dalam write up ni. Satu ialah, you can see here from the journal, we found that if people do intermittent fasting, the IF will boost insulin sensitivity and it will promote weight loss. So that's the finding. That's the evidence that IF will actually cause the loss. Will have an impact of the loss. Satu lagi, itu apa jurnal cakap, tapi in reality does it really happen? Satu lagi ialah bila participant sendiri yang buat 16 hours intermittent fasting. They recorded that their glucose level actually lower, and that actually caused them to actually lose weight. Sebab tu orang yang diabetic macam saya, okay, sebenarnya saya suka makan. Saya ada problem saya punya weight. Tapi bila kita makan ubat kencing manis, dia ada side effect di mana dia menurunkan berat badan anda. Saya bukan berkempen untuk semua orang menjadi diabetic supaya you dapat metformin, and the effect of the metformin is actually it helps you to reduce your weight. Before this, memang saya berisi, okay, tapi bila saya dah ambil ubat kencing manis, salah satu effect ubat kencing manis, kalau kita tengok dekat sini, memang dia akan ada effect untuk turunkan berat badan. In fact, kalau you diabetic, you really have to look after your food and you really have to reduce your weight. Okay, so that's what it is. So, sebab tu ubat kencing manis yang paling effective adalah fasting. Jangan makan, because it is not a disease, but it is a lifestyle problem. Okay, so itu adalah evidence, dua evidence daripada research ada dua evidence, dan satu is actually through the journal, satu lagi ialah through experimental. Okay. Now, if you look at the R will try to now combine the red and also the blue. So the R said that this is explained by the fact that the restricting eating windows, so as you read carefully, that is how it is written, so that the red and also the blue highlight. Macam mana kita nak capai skill ni sebab kita nak train photosynthesis. Kita sendiri nak capai right up macam ni. Okay? Okay. So, obviously this is the yang cantik lah we can always try baby steps. Okay? But baby step ni maknanya kita cuba sendiri dulu. Obviously before we can train others, we ourselves will have to go through it. Okay? So saya pun sebenarnya sendiri now training my students how to come up with how to use CER in the entrepreneurship subject. Saya ingat dalam assignment yang nombor 1, I ask my student to actually choose one entrepreneur icon. Okay? Bila they choose one entrepreneur icon, saya suruh dia cerita tentang karakteristik of the entrepreneur icon. Okay? So, normally, a successful business person have a characteristic such that they are risk taker. Okay? So, bila my student kata, Datuk so and so is a risk taker. Selalunya student saya report contoh je lah. So what I did was I asked them to use CER. I said, when you make a claim, what is the evidence that that particular Datuk is a risk taker? What he did shows that he is a calculative risk taker. At least cite 2 of what he did that describes he is a risk taker. Okay? And then I asked my student to go through coming up with the art. Therefore, because you give these 2 evidence, how will these 2 evidence explain that he is a risk taker? That's what it is. Memang susah sebenarnya nak develop skill ni for us and amongst our mentee. In air, which has something special called carbon dioxide. Kan? Seronok kan dengan dia explain kepada little child, okay, on what photosynthesis is all about. Okay. So basically, we can use that and that explanation in the classroom to teach photosynthesis. Tapi maknanya, it is teacher-centered. Right? We are the one who tell the students. paling banyak kalau student boleh bawa tablet or boleh bawa phone, we ask them to use ChatGPT to find out what is photosynthesis. State photosynthesis, explain photosynthesis. Okay. However, if you want to do it using the STEM learning units, okay, we want at the end of the day for students to be able to explain this, investigate this, and connect this to what's happening outside in everyday life, on the plants outside. Okay? Because as long as you go out, as long as the students go out from their house, they will come across plants. Although all this while they don't think about the plants, but through photosynthesis we make them aware that this is what the plant is actually doing. Right? So here, if we look very carefully, we want them to be able to appreciate what the plant is actually doing when the plant is actually getting the sunlight every day. Okay? We also want them to be able to see that this is happening when the plant is actually getting the sunlight. Okay? Macam kita lah sebenarnya, kita tak nampak pun apa kakak ni buat. Sebenarnya there's a lot of things that the kakak is actually doing underneath here. We don't know all kind of organisms. Right? So similarly when we go out ambil gambar tadi kita tengok pokok kan. So kita tak perasan pun sebenarnya this is actually going on. Okay? So here when we teach students on photosynthesis, we want them to be aware that the plants, once they receive the energy, they will convert the energy from the light into all this, and oxygen will be given to the living. Do we stop there? If it's a cross-cutting concept, we don't stop there. What oxygen do to us? Boleh ke kita ni hidup tanpa oksigen human being? We are depending on the plant. So that everybody requires to appreciate the plant giving off oxygen and how it takes carbon dioxide from us, right? Because it actually requires the carbon dioxide in order for photosynthesis to actually happen, right? So this is the bigger learning outcome that we. But the expectation from the student is not just students should be able to label or should be able to explain what photosynthesis is all about. If our learning outcome is like that, we can just ask the student what is photosynthesis as a question in a quiz or in a test. But we want them to be aware what's going on during daylight on the plants around us. We want them to be aware that we owe the plant an appreciation, the fact that the plant is actually giving us oxygen. Without it, we cannot actually live. We want them to be able to appreciate that the carbon dioxide that we produce every day in human activities are actually used by the plant for photosynthesis to happen. So nampak kita upgrade kita punya learning outcome. Okay, so here if you look very carefully, kalau kita guna approach sedia ada, kita boleh saja ajar photosynthesis ni by explaining to them using this picture, using this equation. We can teach them using the normal lecture. Finish the gambar. However, using the STEM learning unit and what is expected on us to integrate STEM learning unit, we want students yang satu come up with this diagram, kedua come up with this equation. They are the one who students do in the classroom. Okay, so nampak bila learning outcome ni dah lain. Therefore, bila learning outcome dah lain, kereta tak boleh lagi drive atau kereta nak pergi UK, kita naik airplane. Okay? So, if student go to find out macam mana photosynthesis yang berlaku through investigation. Jadi apa yang kita perlu buat ialah kita perlu ikut step-step lah. So these are the steps that we are actually advised to follow. Satu ialah kita kena cari apa real phenomenon tentang photosynthesis. Macam photosynthesis ni straightforward lah. Real phenomenon memang semua pokok dekat luar lah. Okay, pokok dekat luar, pokok dekat rumah. Okay, ataupun kita boleh bawa dalam classroom pokok yang mudah tumbuh. Okay, which is normally orang akan pakai di chat. Okay, untuk talking dan sebagainya. Okay. And then apa kita buat ialah once kita dah nampak photosynthesis ni, topik ni related to what real phenomenon out there, kita akan set yang 3D learning outcome tadi. Sekarang 3D learning outcome tu dah bukan student should be able to explain photosynthesis. Tetapi apa yang kita nak ialah student should be able to, okay, this is the original one, normally it's the lecture, student jawab soalan, test question, but now student should be able to conduct scientific investigation. Kenapa dia perlu conduct scientific investigation? Because this is what scientists normally do. If scientists does not know what photosynthesis, satu, dia akan tanya soalan, yang kedua, dia akan conduct investigation. So this is what we put our students in. We ask them to conduct investigation in order for them themselves untuk cari apa itu photosynthesis. Right? Conduct investigation to gather empirical evidence and use this data to construct an argument that explain the role of sunlight, water and carbon dioxide in the production of glucose and oxygen during the process of photosynthesis. So that is how the 3D learning outcome is written. Nampak is color coded. How the 3D learning now is being put into the learning outcome. Once kita dah tulis 3D learning outcome, apa kita buat? Kalau step seterusnya, kita akan now dalam bila kita embed ni stand learning unit, okay, what's going to happen into your classroom is that you're not going to give information. You're going to give questions. You're going to use inquiry-based approach. There's a shift in paradigm. If you ask me how long do I develop myself into that kind of teacher, it took me quite a while, more than 3 years. To move away from giving lectures, sebab kita kan bicara dia dapat mic macam wah, semua macam karaoke. But a lot of time now, when I help my students, I use questions. Okay? So now what we're going to do is, we're going to start to write questions from the 3D learning outcome tadi tu. Kita kena start tulis soalan. Jadi, how are we going to come up with what we call driving questions? Okay? Kita tengok dulu yang one-dimensional learning outcome tadi. Kalau misalnya one-dimensional learning outcome, students should be able to explain. Obviously, kita akan tanya students soalan, what is photosynthesis, how does photosynthesis occur, and normally this kind of question will appear in the test or in the exam question. Okay? Remember tadi kalau one-dimensional, students should be able to explain. Dia punya teaching and learning activities ni hanyalah lecture, therefore the assessment will be a simple test and exercise. Tapi kalau you dah start upgrade your learning outcome because you embed stand learning unit, because your learning outcome now has become 3-dimensional, you can no longer use test, quiz, exam. what you need to do is because you ask the student to investigate, therefore your assessment will be the final project, either report or presentation or something like that. Okay? And the means for students to come up with that is actually to do investigation. The teaching and learning activities will do the investigation. Right? So here you can see we can come up with questions like, how does sunlight power? You can see now we are talking about the qualitative approach to it. How does sunlight affect the process of photosynthesis? So this is what we call the main question. Or in the training, we were told that this is the driving question. Okay, how? So when we ask our students, how does sunlight affect photosynthesis? So the student might start to give you their answers, right? So you pick up your student answers and start putting it into model or concept map or mind map. Sorry, the one in the YouTube, I tak tahu boleh capture ke tak. If you put photosynthesis on the in the middle, kalau dalam class, this is what you do. You don't explain photosynthesis. You start with how does photosynthesis affect the process of how does sunlight affect the photosynthesis process? So you will have to get your students to talk. Celebrate ideas. Salah tak salah, tulis saja dekat situ. Okay? So once you write, some of them said that, okay, the sunlight will actually make it grow, so you can have grow. So maybe it will actually give, it carbon dioxide, you can look at that. Maybe your student said, oh, kalau plant dia nak buat makanan dia perlukan air macam kita, water. Okay? And then the plant will need something else, light. You put. When you gather your students' input, alright? You help your students to see that these are factors affecting photosynthesis. This is what we call the model. We are helping the students to develop the model on the photosynthesis punya topic. Okay? So basically, when you ask your students these questions, okay, you help the students to argue. If the student said that, oh, I think the plant needs water. It's like the plant needs to drink. Then you don't explain what happens if the plant drinks. You have to come up with the next question. What happens if the plant drinks? What happens if the plant don't drink? What happens if the plant drinks a lot of water? What happens if the plant drinks less water? No water, with water, less water, more water. Macam mana? Okay, that is just one of the questions. Okay, let's move on to your correct. Okay, tadi dia punya kita kata main driving question dia tadi ialah how does sunlight affect the process of photosynthesis, right? So kita ada the main one here is sunlight. To photosynthesis. Yes. 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 Boleh pakai stage modeler. Ideas? Yes. Yeah. 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 Okay, so this is how we help the student to model the whole idea or the whole process of photosynthesis. Sebab kalau kita tak tunjuk dalam bentuk grafik macam ni, okay, it's very hard for students to see that, hey, photosynthesis, okay, the sunlight will have an effect on photosynthesis, and what happens during photosynthesis that the light from the sunlight will be converted, the energy will be converted into something else, and then the basically the plant will grow, and then there will be carbon dioxide. So all these things need to be connected. From the student's input, we will have students to see how the student's input connected in a storyboard. Right? So that is modeling. Okay? Any confusion on this? Okay? Dia punya challenge dia ialah questioning, questioning ability of the teacher. Because bila saya train lecturers, honestly, in several higher learning institutions on problem-based learning, dan salah satu skill yang paling penting dalam problem-based learning ialah the lecturer themselves need to have the ability to question, questioning skill. Itu yang paling susah dulu. You need to learn how to come up with question. There are so many types of question. There are probing question. There is this type of question that you need to know how. But when you question your student, because you know the answer, if possible not to give the answer, but ask the question leading to that answer. That is what we call structured question, right? And embrace whatever that they give you, right? So this is also something quite difficult, okay? To nak kawal kan classroom management kan. So this is the skill that we need if we would like to embed or integrate STEM learning unit. Okay, this is the question. Kenapa benda ni? Okay, once we come up with that driving question, we are ready now. Okay, it says here, come up with driving questions, encourage students to make synthetic claims. These are all students' answers. For example, some yang merapit, some yang tak merapit. Yang merapit tu nanti kita akan cakap, kita akan tanya lagi lah. Okay, yang tak merapit tu kita dah try masukkan dalam kita punya model. Okay, dan lepas tu kita akan move on to let student ask the start driving question. Okay, and then we move on to what we call modify their claims. Okay, so let's move on to if you look very carefully here, in this example there are 3 sub-driving questions. Okay, related to that model. How does sunlight affect photosynthesis? Okay, if you look very carefully, the 3 sub-driving questions, okay, is built on the 3 factors affecting photosynthesis. Bila kita ada photosynthesis, tentulah kita nak ajar apakah faktor-faktor yang menyumbang kepada photosynthesis. Tetapi kali ini student yang cari apakah faktor-faktor itu through kita punya first proses di mana kita suruh student sendiri during the brainstorming, okay, or the bus session, we ask students to throw what do they think that will affect photosynthesis. And from there, we guide students to come up with a model such that the model will have all the three factors affecting photosynthesis. Dan kita yang subject assessment kan, jadi kita tahu apakah tiga faktor itu. Jadi masa student bagi kita jawapan-jawapan mereka, kita kalau boleh bagi student kita nampak yang jawapan-jawapan mereka tu duduk dalam tiga cluster ini, which is the light condition, the oxygen production, dan the CO3. Why? Sebab kita nak mereka evidencekan equation proses ini. Okay, so these are the three sub-driving questions: light condition, oxygen, and we can see that it is not possible untuk deliver ketiga-tiga sub-driving question ini dalam satu lesson. Okay, so one sub-driving question could be, for example, delivered through one lesson, and another sub-driving is another lesson, and another sub-driving question in another lesson. So all in all, maybe 3 minggu ataupun 3 lesson. Sempatlah untuk plan itu 2 yes. With one, no. We come up with this model, and this become one sub-driving question. This become one sub-driving question, and this become one sub-driving question. That is what the model is going to be. For week 1, kita dah tak buat modeling lagi. Week 1, kita terus saja buat eksperimen to find out the one of the factor in the model that we have developed. Now we are trying to find evidence for the model that we have developed. The model we developed only from the main driving question or from the driving question. Alright. So bila kita pergi ke sub-driving question 1, bila kita nak tengok effect of light, student pun buat eksperimen. Dia letak pokok di bawah cahaya. Cahaya matahari, cahaya bulan, cahaya semualah. Cahaya. Okay. Itulah, saya baru ni beli apa tu? Solar punya spotlight kan. Dan spotlight tu tiap-tiap malam bercahaya kepada saya punya pokok-pokok. So pokok-pokok saya memang gemuk dari pokok-pokok lain. So maknanya siang malam dapat cahaya. Okay. So here, untuk sub-driving question number 1, we ask the student to conduct experiment. Bawa lah pokok apa dia nak bawa. Kan? As long as pokok tu banyak daun lah. Kan? Supaya dia boleh nampak effect. Okay. And then maybe you get the students, satu group of students will put the pokok outside, satu grup akan letak bawah lampu, satu grup akan letak contohnya yang tak berapa ada cahaya, satu yang boleh letak gelap. Okay? So when they look at the results 1 week later, they will have to come up with the evidence. Okay? Daripada apa yang diorang observe, they will actually come up with something like sunlight akan menyebabkan pokok itu tumbuh dengan lebih sihat and better developed. Okay? Bila student come up with that claim, the teacher now will have to ask the student, why do you say so? What is the evidence? Okay? And once they get the evidence, the teacher will have to revisit the model. Every time when the sub-driving question is addressed, the teacher will help the student to go back to their model and ask the student, finally, do you feel that the light has an effect to the photosynthesis in you? If, for example, through your experiment, light is not having an effect on the photosynthesis process, what the teacher needs to do is the teacher needs to help students to now adjust the new model. So the model that we developed originally in the first place is not fixed. It can change based on the experiments conducted on the sub-driving. Okay? every time when we do the investigation, the teacher will have to go back to the main driving question and ask the student, oh sekarang ni dah buat eksperimen tentang light. Does light really have an effect to photosynthesis? Student kata, oh yes, because, plant grow better if there's light and healthier if there's light. So kita boleh tanya dengan student, kenapa you kata gitu? Oh, because bila dia buat comparison between plant yang tak dapat cahaya, dia punya leaf dia lebih kurus. Contohnya plant tu ketinggian dia tidak meningkat and so on and so on. Right? So those are the attributes. So then we need to help our students to develop the reasoning. Okay, so this is how we write the CR. So the reasoning here, we said that plants require sunlight for photosynthesis, the process by which they generate their food, leading to improved growth and health in the sunlight age. Okay, itu submarine question number 1. Then with this one, we confirm, we ask the student, can you confirm now that in the model that light has an effect on photosynthesis? Yes. From investigation number 1. Move on to submarine question number 2. Which is the oxygen. Oh, kat sini saya tak letak oxygen. Oxygen yang dikeluarkan daripada proses photosynthesis. Right? So, you can see here these are students in Thailand. Dalam gambar ni. Apa dia buat ialah dia letakkan pokok-pokok ni dan lepas tu dia tangkap oksigen itu keluar daripada pokok-pokok itu dan dia masukkan oksigen itu, salurkan oksigen yang ditangkap daripada pokok-pokok itu ke dalam satu tube where they can actually see the bubbles. So kalau ada bubble, maknanya ada oksigen. Kalau tak ada bubble, maknanya tak ada oksigen. Right? So here again, because we can measure the oxygen, you can see here how the submarine question confirm that dalam proses photosynthesis, how does sunlight affect photosynthesis? The light will be involved in the process, and the photosynthesis will actually get out from the process is oxygen. So dekat dalam sini, the student can then evidence that there is an oxygen production, and that is how we write the CR. So again, after this investigation has been done, help the student to go back to the model and ask the student, is this really happening? Okay, always go back to the model. Okay. And then we go into submarine question number 3. Now kita tengok kepada the CO2, carbon dioxide. In photosynthesis process, carbon dioxide is actually needed for the plant to make their food. Okay, and this is how they actually conduct it. Then after all this being done, the teacher needs to facilitate the student to look back at their model and then find out whether this, and this are really the factors. Normally kita yang sebut these are the factors, how does, carbon dioxide induce, and so on and so on. But this time around, the students are the ones who find out. Right? So, lepas dia dah buat semua-semua tu, student will write the finding of this whole photosynthesis process and how the sunlight affects the photosynthesis into the CR right up. Okay? So saya allow you all to baca and see how it's being written. It will take a while for you to chew the content. nampak tak bahagian biru? Bahagian biru semua adalah based on the 3 experiment. The 3 experiment itu adalah datangnya daripada 3 subgravity question. 3 subgravity question itu datang daripada mana? Datang daripada factors yang kita develop dekat dalam model. You can create more investigation. For example, you can actually take another factor that is water. Okay? Sure. If water is another factor, then the blue one will have another. This is last time. This is actually time. Tadi kita ada input daripada Puan Tanggis. Okay, Puan Tanggis kata, okay, kita ada photosynthesis dekat sekolah. Boleh tak kita buat ni? Okay, macam ni macam higher level sikit lah sebab itu project based. Okay, this is an example where it is a full project based where you have main driving person, you have sub driving person, you deliver photosynthesis punya basically concept of core knowledge tadi tu over, for example, 3 weeks ataupun over 3 lessons. Perlu ke you buat ni dalam sekolah rendah? Sebab guru-guru sekolah rendah macam agak challenging kalau nak buat ni. Jawapannya ialah boleh if you want, but boleh if you don't want. Okay? Because as I mentioned, there are 3 approaches into embedding STEM in a unit. This is the full blown. Full blown meaning that kita guna project based. Okay? Which is also recommended by TPM. It is not that TPM tak ada sebut ni dalam your TSSR punya document. It's actually been mentioned in your TSSR document. Cuma mungkin kita tak buat. Okay, but it is there in the document. Right, so that is the example of photosynthesis. Okay, this is the simpler one where you boleh buat over 1 lesson sahaja. Which Dr. Prachayappa, when he came here in November, he did it with the participant. But today kita tak buat with you. Okay, sebab kita kena cari dia punya bahan-bahan dan nak bagi dekat dia lah. So what he did was during the November workshop, dia tunjuk kita macam mana kita boleh buat kita punya kelas, where in here he demonstrated how he would like to deliver a topic on yang tadi tu, density, buoyant force and suspension. Dia nak ajar topik ni. Okay? So dia buat aktiviti ni dalam tempoh, dia ada dalam tempoh half an hour. Okay? Half an hour. So what he did was, he start with a driving question. Okay? He start with a driving question. He said, why do, for example, boats float? Okay? Ataupun why do certain serangga can walk on water? That is the driving question. Untuk dia mengajar topik buoyant force serangga. Okay. So basically apa dia buat lepas tu ialah dia bantu student untuk bagi jawapan. Bila student bagi jawapan, he created this model. Tetapi dia punya software untuk create model. Okay. Dan nama software tu adalah Sage Modeler, which you can use it as well. Right? You can use it in your classroom. That Sage Modeler, kalau you tak nak guna tu, you can actually use this exactly like what we did just now on the board. Provided that lepas you dapat dekat board tu, yang digambar lah. Sebab nanti you nak guna balik semula model tu, help your student to look back at their part dari bahasa Indonesia. So, apa dia buat lepas students dah suggest what makes things float, okay, what makes the boat float and so on and so on. Then he gave participants or the students benda-benda ni. Dia bagi bowl, dalam dia ada air, lepas tu dia bagi clip, dia bagi processing to the students. This is all done in right? So apa dia buat lepas tu ialah they ask the students to put the processing into that bowl of water. Okay? Buat bowl daripada processing, letak dalam air itu. What do you anticipate happen? Yes, the processing sink. They see it themselves. They experience it firsthand. Right? And then the next thing that he did was he asked the students to now take the same processing from the water, now flatten it up, shape it into like a bowl, and now put it on the water. What do you anticipate? It floats, and they see that the processing, same processing, same amount of processing, same weight, floats. So what inference can students get? And then they repeat the same experiment using the paper clip. They ask the student to put the paper clip in such a way that the paper clip floats. Kan? So maksud tu saya rasa yang dekat sini ada obat kan? We did it here. Rasanya ada satu atau dua tim saja yang manage to take the paper clip to float. Yang lain semua free. Okay, basically it's all about the circuit. Okay, the circuit. Right? So this is how they get the idea. Nampak tak? Dia punya driving question is authentic. Saya nak highlight kat sini. Perkara yang boleh dibuat dalam kelas within satu lesson yang 40 minit, kita tak start terus-terus saja dengan ini. Kan? Kalau normal approach mungkin kita masuk kelas, kita lecture sikit tentang what is the buoyant force, apa yang sing, apa yang tak sing, so on and so on, pada kita bagi student ni. Tapi the difference if you embed standard unit, you must start with real phenomena as your driving question. Real phenomena itu apa? Real phenomena ialah kapal float. Ada binatang yang boleh jalan atas air. Okay? So you want them to, as a deep learner, you want them to be able to see how the science, this whole concept, this whole experiment now happening in the real world. So that is the main difference. Kalau kita tengok, siapa yang pergi yang Cikgu Ahmad ni session online last week? Was it last week or this week? Last week eh? Siapa yang datang? Right, do you notice that he started with this experiment? Di hujung sekali, lepas student dah buat eksperimen macam ni, baru dia tanya, in everyday life or in real application, you boleh apply ni dekat mana? Dia go reverse. Last kali baru dia tanya. For example, kalau sebab hari tu Cikgu Ahmad kan? Cikgu Ahmad kan? He started this experiment where he asked the student to release the book and the paper to the floor. Yang mana akan jatuh dahulu. Okay, and what happened kalau you jatuhkan the same two items in a vacuum condition? Sama macam ni lah. Tapi nampak tak, kalau you suruh student buat eksperimen tu, terus-terus saja, without the context of what is the topik tu digunakan dalam real world, student akan become decontextual. And that is why Dr. Ahmad, dia start dengan this one dulu, last kali baru dia tanya. Okay, eksperimen yang kita dah buat tadi, finding yang kita dapat tadi tu sebenarnya apply kat mana? Then we ask the student, what happened if you fly a drone and suddenly battery yours? Ni guna tak konsep jatuhkan buku tadi tu? Guna. Tapi kalau ikut the way the STEM learning unit to be applied, we always start with the real context. We are talking about authenticity. Okay, the real world punya cerita. Daripada real world cerita, then only you come up with why that thing happened. Therefore, you start to now come up with experiment to explain why ship actually float. Itu beza dia. Ada nama? Okay. Okay. Lepas dapat eksperimen and all that, student will create graph, and when they create graph again, nampak dekat sini, we will always when students are doing experiment, we will always have to help students to go back to the model, find out whether the model is still valid or not valid. Lepas tu baru kita start supporting students to come up with claim, evidence, reasoning, pakai performa yang mana. What is their claim, therefore what is their evidence after evidence, therefore what is their reasoning. And then finally they write their claim, evidence, reasoning punya report. Yeah, okay. Is it doable? Oh, you have done it. The second one nampak doable. Okay? The first one is doable. With courage. Yes.
Okay, I have a question regarding developing and using model. If I get this correctly, as you say, there's an software we call a stage modeler. Is it compulsory for the teacher to use it, or we can use that?
Kalau you tengok dekat dalam buku kita, buku yang diterbitkan oleh our expert penulis, ya, we use that. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Cuma as I mentioned to you, bila you dah buat dekat bawah, you kena ambil gambar lah. Kan? Sebab nanti, every time when your students actually conducting the experiment or investigation, you will help the student to check whether the main idea from the model is still valid. If the evidence say otherwise, then you have to adjust the model. Kalau untuk maths pun sama juga, kita boleh pakai model. Steps from first step, create a equation, second step, itu saja yang dia cerita. How do you instruct AI? This is from engineering. Do you use reason? Anybody expert in prompt engineering? Bila you nak guna AI, you must use a good prompt engineering. Paling mudah yang saya boleh share dengan you all gunalah teknik reason, R-I-S-E-N. Cari dekat YouTube reason, R-I-S-E-N. You have to treat ChatGPT macam orang. Say hi, you look at you. Say R-I-S-E-N. Reason. S-E-N. R tu apa? R tu you have to give ChatGPT a role. Cakaplah dengan ChatGPT, how ChatGPT as an expert teacher in mathematics with 10 years experience. Bagi tahu dia. Yalah, tak lagi dia bagi you jawapan yang macam cikgu yang baru mengajar sebulan. Tak nak lah. This is different in the quality of what ChatGPT will give you depending on the role that you ask ChatGPT to resume. Kan? Apa tu I? Satu hal aku nak saya ajar from engineering. I ialah instruction. Saya rasa reason ni terpakai bukan sahaja untuk bagi from engineering kepada ChatGPT. From engineering for humanity pun sama je. Kan? So reason, R ialah instruction. Apa yang nak suruh ChatGPT buat? You bagi tahu detail. Okay? You kata as an expert teacher in mathematics who taught darjah berapa? Budak umur berapa? For more than 10 years. Please, okay? Embed STEM learning unit. STEM learning unit tu pula apa yang kita tadi kan? Okay? In what topic? Bagi lagi arahan apa yang you nak. Cakap habis arahan tu. Detail. Okay? Using apa? Sage modeler. Tak guna sage modeler. Apa you nak dia buat dalam table form. Arahan kena jelas dan detail. As apa? I let you to find the YouTube on YouTube. As ialah steps kan? Di expectation and ialah narrowing. Sebab nanti dia bagi you benda yang skop dia terlampau besar, you narrow it down lah. Kan kata that can be done over 40 minutes. Sebab biasanya 40 minit je kan? That's how you narrow it. Nanti sekejap lagi dia design untuk you something yang over 3 to 4 weeks lah. So that is reason. I ask my students to use reason actually. When they use ChatGPT, I encourage my students to use ChatGPT. And in fact, if you look at Percaya Pong's punya current work, dia integrate STEM learning unit with AI. Nampak tak dekat situ? With AI. Okay? Sebab bila dia nak student dia tulis dia punya claim, dia juga nak student dia cari guna AI apa reasoning behind that claim. Compare pula reasoning tu dengan what evidence have they got. Okay? This is where you get students to reflect on what I got from my experiment, what ChatGPT gave me. This is another level. Okay? So, after whether you want to integrate STEM learning unit with AI, or you just want to integrate STEM learning unit in your subject. So, you can get an idea from ChatGPT and then innovate from that. Okay? Okay. What we're going to do is going to stop here. Okay, now that you have seen, you have recognized the principle and also how we can implement STEM learning units. As a recap, there are 3 units. One is the learning triangle, 3D learning, CR. We have seen how it is embedded in a full-blown project list, that is photosynthesis, and we have also seen how STEM learning units being integrated over a topic of 40 minutes. Ada 2 example kat sini. Satu ialah project base yang dibuat dalam 3 lesson ataupun lebih daripada 3 lesson, which is photosynthesis. Satu lagi you buat over 40 minutes yang kapal tadi. Okay, so choose which one that is chewable for you, and what you can or you cannot do. Right? So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Jaya to talk about lesson study, because how you're going to embed all this into your current subject, into your current practice, and how you're going to help pre-service teacher to do it over practical will have to be measured and done using lesson study or action research. Over to you, Dr. Jaya.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Aisha. I think we had lots of input, right, just now on CR, 3D modeling, learning triangle, a lot of things. So how do you find it so far? Are you digesting it well? Correct. Correct. Very true. Very true. I totally agree. It's very much related to our previous knowledge, whatever that we know. Sometimes new names has been given and has been. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. Very true. I totally agree with you. How about any one of you find this is something totally new that you have never heard of it? Any one of you? Not really. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Maya. Okay. Combination of what you know and also a little bit of new knowledge. Okay, that's right. Of course, learning is always adding on to our knowledge, right? Okay. So without further ado, let me catch up with this. I only have half an hour to do this. Okay. All right. So on my part, I'm going to do the lesson study. How we can transfer whatever knowledge that Dr. Aisha gave us, shared with us, into a proper lesson study, because this program is after all about using the lesson study approach, how it could be implemented in school. And you guys are from IPGM, and your pre-service students are all going for their practicum to the primary schools, right? Okay, all right. Hold on. Oh yeah, I have another request from you. Could you kindly scan this to join the group? We've got a WhatsApp group just for teachers who are here, the IPG lecturers. So if there's any information, any materials or anything, you can just share it there. Just make it a quick one. Are you okay? Good. Can we move on? Okay, never mind. If you are having any problem, we can attend to that later, yeah? So I move on, huh? Okay, so what we know is, okay, Prof. Aisha just now, she has already introduced us all this, learning triangle, 3D learning, okay, and also the most important is the claim, evidence, and reasoning, right? That is the very, very important thing. We know when we give the students or we give the learner a situation, So they must be able to use this claim, evidence, and the reasoning. I think most of the time the reasoning is a bit of difficulty, right? Do you agree with that? The reasoning part is a little difficult, I think. Okay, all right. So I'm going to talk about lesson study, like what I told you, how we can use the knowledge that we gain into a proper lesson study approach, and using that, how knowledge can be shared with the students, the end users, by the educator. In this case, is the pre-service students. And the lecturers here, your role will be, you will be the mentor for your students, your pre-service students. Okay? Alright, so we all know about lesson study. I think I need not talk so much because lesson study is a very old, ancient activity that has been started with Japan. And in fact now, with a lot of its good success story, many countries like US, UK, Australia, in fact in Malaysia, we have also implemented lesson study. It is not new to us, right? Would you agree if I say that? Yes, okay, thank you for that. Okay, so what is lesson study actually? So it is where several teachers collaboratively plan, research, teach, observe, and revise. Okay, so we know it starts out with the plan. Before plan, we know in order for us to plan a lesson, there must be a problem, right? We must identify where the problem comes from and what is the reason for that lesson to be carried out in such a manner. There should be some learning problem that's taking place, right? So we cannot simply say, okay, I like this lesson, I like this topic, I want to do a lesson study on that. It's a bit difficult to justify, right? So there should be a problem. Alright, and the end part, revise and share the results. That's important, yeah? And lesson study is a way, so we can determine how students learn best and the subject and the content. Okay, let me move on. Okay, this is okay. This is one of the study. Okay, let's see. How is lesson study different from the traditional teacher professional development? Okay, so lesson study begins with a question. Something like our CR just now, right? That is a question, right? So, why? And then, it is content driven by participants' inquiry. The relationships are reciprocal. Reciprocal here we can say that it involves lots of questioning, answering as well. And the last part, the practice is research. Research means because, okay, let's see. Lesson study involves cycle, right? It doesn't happen perfectly the first time. We always realize that there is lots of room for improvement. Right? Okay, so let me show you the actual lesson study process. Okay, sometimes I have seen through my search, this is the very basic that I'm showing you. It may involve many other steps. Sometimes I've seen that it involves 10 steps also. So I think the steps, number of steps doesn't matter. The most important is what we are supposed to do. That's what's important. Okay, we start off with the first phase. Okay, it has got 4 phases. The first phase, this one, the one I'm showing you is 4 phases. If you can see, I have seen sometimes they have 10 phases. To me, I think it doesn't matter. Okay, so the first one, like what I told you, in order for you to plan or embark into a search or research into that lesson, there should be a problem. Okay, the second one, and the lesson that is prepared should be a collaborative development. What does collaborative mean? Sorry, asking your questions already. What is collaborative? Okay, asking teachers questions. Okay, that's nice. Working together. Okay, when we say collaborative, that means there are a few people sit down and you put your heads together and you're working on an issue or a problem. It is not individually prepared. That's what it means by collaborative. Okay? Alright, the third one. It focuses on specific STEM topic. The purpose of this research. Okay, for this research, it has to be a STEM topic. Okay? In fact, if you see for science phenomena, I think everything can be made into a STEM topic, right? There's always some phenomena that you can get it connected, yeah? Alright, and you must have clear objectives. Okay? Alright, and the second part, the very important part is the implementation part. Okay? How could this planned lesson be implemented into the classroom? Because now we are discussing about pre-service teachers. Huh? Anyway, if I'm saying something and you're not clear, please feel free to ask me. Huh? Alright, so the first step that is important in implementation. Okay, so as I mentioned to you earlier, it is a collaboratively prepared lesson. And the one who will teach will be only one pre-service teacher. So now I narrow down straight to the IPG context. Okay, so only one pre-service teacher will teach the lesson, but it is collaboratively prepared. Collaboratively prepared by a few heads sitting down together. Okay, so what we see there now, and the other pre-service teachers will observe as well as the mentors. Okay, so now I want to explain to you who will be in the discussion of the collaborative lesson. Okay, one is the pre-service teacher who's going to teach. Okay, it's not like we're going to determine you are the one going to teach, you are not the one going to teach. It's not like that. So we sit down together, discuss, assist them, right? After all, that's why the pre-service teachers go for their practicum and all that, right? It's about them looking for assistance, how they could do their lessons better, right? Okay, so we can have, first of all, we can have their own mentors. Am I right? That's how it works at IPG, right? Okay, their own mentors. And we can also have the mentor, their teacher mentor in the school that they are going to teach. Normally, I think that's how it works, right? We can also have them to be part of the lesson study group. Okay, who else can we include? Other practical teacher in that school, okay, alright? Because we must make sure when you're doing a lesson study, the group that's going to be in the lesson study group must be somebody that you can access easily, right or not? Okay. So besides the teacher in the school, other practicum teacher and the practicum teacher herself, and also their mentor from the IPG, who else could there be? Okay, the head of department, okay, ketua panitia, anyone else? Because it's a collaborative lesson, right? We cannot like simply ask anyone to come into the lesson. So, another one? The pupils, the students. No, the students cannot be in that because we are planning. The students are just the end users. We are going to share with them the lessons. Admin. Okay, or maybe it'd be good if you can have an expert. Expert, in that, like maybe in this case, Prof. Aisha is the expert. No, I'm just saying an example, okay? Alright, in whatever that you are looking at. Alright, so, so that we can ensure the integration of CR, 3D learning and the modeling thinking. Okay? Because sometimes even when you're learning something new, you're also not very sure about some things, right? You're not sure. Macam ni ke? Macam tu. You know, sometimes you'll be wondering also. So it'll be good if you can get the guidance of an expert, yeah? Alright, and next one. So after that's being done, okay, the implementation part has been done, the lesson has been planned, the first part, implementation has already been done, okay? So during the implementation, what are the things that we should do? During the implementation. Implementation means teaching is taking place today. What is one of the important aspects that we should look at? Any idea? Okay, teaching is going on. Yes, observe, right? Observe, right. Why do we observe? Make sure the students engage with us. Yes, that's very good. Yes, very true. You observe so that you can collect data, right or not? Okay, what else? You observe so that you can get data. But what do you observe? The teaching process, okay, good. What else? Any answer? Students' feedback, yeah, that's very good. The students' feedback are very important because we are doing all this hard work is for the students, right or not? We want to see whether it reaches them or not, what we intend to. That is very important. All right, what else? I'm sorry, I have to ask you questions. That's okay, this is what we do, right? As educators, you always like to ask questions, right? Anything? Anyone that I missed out? Pardon? Yes, the environment, how lively the class is, how participative the students are in the lesson. Isn't that very important? Yes. Good. Pardon? Yes, students' behavior. Are they sleeping or they just looking at you? No, the thoughts are somewhere else, but they're just looking at you, not engaging, right? So what we want is the students to be engaged in the lesson. And one of the very important that I remember Prof. Aisha also mentioned is the questioning answering strategy, right? So we teachers, okay, we must know how to ask the questions. And as she mentioned, I still remember she said that it's not easy to come up with one question also, right? Yes, we must make sure we ask them the correct question so that you get the input that is the authentic input lah. Huh? Okay, let me continue because I don't have much time. I only have half an hour only. Huh? All right. So I think the collect evidence we know already. So that besides collecting evidence from the students' question answer, we should also have a rubric of observation. Huh? So we can have a group that will, like what I said, right? When we go into the class, there's a group that's observing. So maybe we have A, B, C, D. Okay, A can look at the questioning answering strategy. B can look at the student engagement. Okay, things like that. So you can divide your task. So it will be much easier. So at the end of the data that is collected will be a rich data. Agree with me? Okay, alright. So that's what it is. And the final one, this is very, very important. Don't say, I collect my data, okay, enough. Then I just go and start answering whatever research question or whatever that I need to do. No. So it has to be the debriefing and the reflection. Okay? And in the debriefing, it is very important that every member of the discussion team should be given a voice. Everyone should have a voice. Even the pre-service student, the student because the one who's going for the practical students, we should not look at the lesson as, oh, this lesson is taught by this student A. No. We are not looking at the students. We are looking at the lesson collaboratively prepared. Am I clear? Right? So it should be because it's our work. It's not the one individual's work. Of course, she is chosen to teach because she's doing her practical there. Okay, for that particular topic. Okay, yeah? So it should be openly discussed. Every small aspect. Okay? Right, huh? Okay. So all participants will discuss. Okay, I just summarize it. Huh? Okay, analyze what worked well. This is also another thing, very important. It's like any project we do, we always look at, okay, what went on well, what didn't go well, why, what are the challenges we faced, how we could improvise the situation better. Okay? Because as I mentioned to you earlier, this is a lesson study cycle. And for the purpose of this study, so we are planning to do it in 3 cycles. 3 cycles. The first one will be the starting, and then we improvise it, and then with the improvisation, and then we correct maybe the pre-service teacher has missed something, correct it. In the next cycle, that has been tackled, has been addressed, improved, and the final one should be a good one, ideally. Okay? Yeah. Alright, so let's see this one. Planning of the implementation, I think this has already been mentioned. And to ensure that the lesson that's planned has got integration of CER, 3D learning, and the modeling. Okay. Let's see the three cycles that I showed you just now. Number one, I think I already mentioned it here. First, we're going to see the initial success and then the challenges, okay? What are the proposed revision? And cycle two, focus on improvement based on the previous reflection, already explained. And the final one is the important one. So we may summarize which method works better, which one is not so preferred, and which one is good for the students, things like that. Okay. So, like what I mentioned to you just now, I think you already gave me the answers, right? Who are they going to be in the collaboratively prepared lessons? Who are they going to be in the collaboratively prepared lessons? Okay, the number one will be the pre-service teacher and the peers and the mentor lecturers and the primary school mentor teachers. And just now somebody suggested the department head, okay, the Ketua Panitia, and also a subject matter expert. And it is recommended to have a facilitator for the session. Facilitator means in the case that this person will drive the whole process. There's somebody who will make sure the process takes place. Alright, sometimes everyone is talking, sometimes we don't know where they are leading to. That is the reason, yeah? Alright, okay. So, maybe I can give you some examples. Whether, do you see the CER here? Can you see? Is it too small? Boleh tengok. Okay. Let's try to read a quick one. This is a lesson plan that has been prepared using the 5E learning cycle. I'm sure we all know, right? 5E learning cycle. I think in most of the IPGs you all use that, right? Engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate, right? It's a very common thing. And I think now they have 7E, 9Es, all the E numbers are keep on increasing. Doesn't matter. Okay, E is okay, yeah? Okay, just I give you like 2 minutes. Just try to assimilate that, try to digest that, and give me some input. Do you think this is a good CER lesson plan? Okay, anything? Hello? Okay, any feedback? Okay, the explore stage, okay, what do you see in the explore stage? Very true. There is no opportunity for the students to do a hands-on activity, right? It's like very simple and straight away to the answer, right? Okay, very good. Any more? Any more? Any other feedback? Good, Zainab?
So 5 year and 7 years, there are two different for the phases. For the 5 year, beginning with engage and ending with evaluate. But for 7 years, beginning with elicit and ending with extend. There's a difference between 5 years and 7 years. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. But only for elicit and engage, we can combine together for our lesson. Okay, thank you.
Right? I think the lesson plan cycle, what they want to use is okay. I'm just giving you an example. Not a compulsory must use 5E. Yeah? You want to use 7E, you want to use 9E, or you don't want to use any E, you have your others, also doesn't matter. I think that's okay, that's fine. Okay, alright. Any more critical things about this, the teaching and the learning activities? I'm looking at that.
In my opinion, it's like more on teacher-centered. Yeah, the teacher is showing the illustration. She is the defining the momentum. So it's like one way, more to one way communication.
To the teacher. Even the final part, the evaluation also a brief quiz. Okay, all right, good. Thank you. Okay, we move on. Quick one because I don't have much time, right? Okay, this one is another one related to photosynthesis. I'm so sorry, I'm giving you the from 4 level. Yeah, from 4 level. But it's okay. It's science, right? Okay. So we can also see here the questions are all very basic, right? Okay, you already have the PowerPoint, huh? Maybe some of you already seen already. So you can give me a quick feedback on this. What do you see, especially at the teaching and learning activities that you think need to be improvised using the CER method? Do you see any CER, claim evidence reasoning? Direct? Indirect? There is it?
C for claim, so in engage, they have to claim how do plants get their food, and then explore part is looking for evidence. So maybe from the video, the student need to find the evidence, and for reasoning art, student must explain plants use sunlight. So there is CER in engage, explore, and explain.
Do you think there's any room for improvement? The data analysis. Which part is that? Mm-hmm. Which one, data analysis? Oh, there's no data analysis. Okay, where the students explore further, right, on the data that they have. Yeah, That's true. So since you have this, you can have a look at this. This is not a very well prepared CR. Okay, there's a lot of room for improvement. Okay, all right. So later on, we're not going to do this now. Later on in the afternoon, you will prepare a lesson plan, a good one with CR. No worries, Prof. Aisha is here. She will introduce you to many other many other resources, platforms where you can get more information. Okay, everything will be helpful. Huh? Okay, and just a quick something. This is done by one of my colleagues. Okay, in a previous presentation. Huh? So I have just taken that to show you all how do we identify which one is claim, which one is evidence, which one is reasoning. So we have a checklist. Remember just now I told you, when you're observing, whenever you're observing, you definitely need a checklist. Okay? This present, yes, no. Okay, things like that. So these are the things, I think you can have a look at it. Okay, I'm trying to catch for the 1 o'clock. It's lunch, right? Okay, and this is also another checklist that we can use as observation rubric. You can also use this as an observation rubric. Okay, so these are some things that we suggest, but this is not like the only thing that you can use. You can also use some other items that you think is relevant to the study that you're doing. And this material I've shared in our group. The PowerPoint I've already shared. You can have a look at it. And what I mentioned that you can also add other relevant questions, which is related to the topic you're doing, or related to the situation, or related to your own students. Okay? Okay, this is the timeline. I think this is not so critical. That one we can talk later. Okay, I think I finished it at 1 o'clock. Just chin. Okay, is there any questions that you would like to ask me? Was that like too fast? Hope not. Okay, because many of you are quite aware of CR. You have heard about the lesson study and everything, right? Okay, so my question for you. So do you think being as a mentor lecturer or mentor teacher from the IPG, lesson study is possible to be conducted at school with your pre-service students? Is it possible? Don't want to commit. Actually, it needs a lot of support team, right? It needs lots of support, right? I think it cannot be conducted just by the pre-service teacher and the mentor teacher alone. It needs a group of support team. That's why we call it as collaboratively prepared. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Do you have any questions before I pass it on to Prof. Aisha? Any questions? All okay. Thank you, Prof. Aisha.
It's lunchtime now, but I think I just want to respond to the last part of Dr. Jaya's question. Is it doable? Do you have to do lesson study? Or do your pre-service teacher have to do lesson study? To be honest, it is not an option. Because when you want to do a new intervention, right, you don't want to be alone. Right? So get your pre-service teacher to do lesson study, because when they would like to integrate STEM learning units, in fact, if you want to integrate STEM learning units in your practice, right, it's very difficult if you do it alone. So you want to do it in a group. So the group will actually start, by this afternoon, start to look into what we have. How are we going to write our lesson plan with the STEM learning units embedded in our existing lesson plan? So all this whole process of not knowing anything about it have to be done together. So for pre-service, it is even more important for them to do it together. If you ask one particular pre-service teacher to do it and to perform over their practicum session, it's going to be mad. Right? So if they are doing it in a group let's say free service teacher or 4 free service teacher working on one particular learning standard, okay, of a topic, then they will feel safe because they are doing it together. So I think this afternoon we will go through the guidebook given by the KPM on how do we go about and doing lesson study. And from there we will discuss further how we can get our pre-service teacher to do it through lesson study approach. Okay?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, we have not come into that. We're going to address that this afternoon because tadi kita dah tengok dua example. Satu is a full blown project base, satu ialah the 40 minutes version. The 40 minutes version, you can actually keep your one-dimensional learning outcome, but then again, you need to tweak a little bit your one-dimensional learning outcome. Right? So meaning that over that 40 minutes, you deliver your learning standard. Dah fix. Yeah, dah fix. Yes. Yes, you can improvise. The one in the KSSR you keep, but when you write your lesson plan, right, you will come up with your learning outcome for that lesson, kan? That one maybe you can start because you want to integrate the STEM learning unit, then you can start upgrading it into the treatment. So that there will be an investigation in that 40 minutes, right? In order to get the learning standard done.
Dr. Min for the question. And no worries, have lunch, enjoy your food, take a rest, then we'll meet here back at 2:30. Then that will be, we will be in action doing sample lesson plans. Is that okay? Alright? And I noticed some of the lecturers are not here, the IPG Pulau Pinang. I hope they are coming back in the afternoon. Can the lecturers from Penang help us with that? Yeah. So they won't come, right? Okay, I hope they can come. Okay, so your lunch is at Mutiara Lounge, the same place you had your breakfast. So we'll start back here at 2:30. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Saya rasa okey lah, dia dah offer dua tiga kali ni. Alamak, Datin apa khabar? Datin apa khabar? Sehat? Aduh, jangan.
Kita kena gigit air. At least
Rindukan.
Pergi mana tadi? Meeting? Oh, and satu hari penuh lah.
Habis dah.
Dah? Okey. Oh, itu yang timbalan by sini. Okey.
Try cakap nama.
Testing mic 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Dia lagi clear dekat sana ni. Dia lagi clear dekat sana. And in fact many people have done it. Adalah korang. Nak layan tak? Kalau orang cakap-cakap pun dengar.
Ni dengar. Bukti depan mic.
Cubaan suara 1, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, mic 1, 2, 3.
Oh, tak bisa ingat ni.
Memanglah tadi aku dah set benda tu point di kapok pusing.
Jadi sekarang ni kat mana situ? Oh ya? Oh, instead of betul mic tu tak pakai dah kan mana?
Saya ni kan masak hari ni.
Jadi yang ni semua tak pakai lah betul tu?
Dah tak kan.
Buat anak senang apa dengar kan? Aku saya ini saya cakap ni hujungnya je. Aku saya itu cakap semua masuk.
Tak, aku try sekejap.
Ni ambil tu. Dia tu. Tapi tak ada type C. Handphone. Tak kat handphone. Ambil yang clip tu. Siapa cakap, mak, tak ada apa. Itu beli di halapan kita jam. Dapat drive ni.
mixer tu.
Betul litar dia.
Ni.
Mixer tu nak masuk dalam mic ni, kawan ni.
Bagi jadi dah lah. Input. Jadi ada dah try
Tapi
dulu.
Muat tak bawa dia punya oven.
Testing mic 1 2 3. Testing mic 1 2 3.
Una, rena. 1, 2, 3.
Percubaan mic 1 2 3. Percubaan mic 1 2 3. Online sound test. Online sound test 1 2 3.
Weh, ada bunyi, ada bunyi. Bunyi.
Tak ada bunyi pun. Tak bunyi. Lepas tu duk bunyi berdengung. Cucu atau bunyi berdengung. Tapi online tak ada, tak pick up langsung.
Tak. Test. Oh ya, dia tak boleh. Dia tak boleh. Satu bar tak boleh. Ayat tu tak boleh. Jadi. Test. Dia clear ni cakap. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Kita akan test dulu. Pembesar kena ni lah. Kau tak nampak? Pem. Tak bagi naik dah ni. Slow ah. Tak slow dah ni. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Test 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Ni intervention. Tak boleh lah tu. Tak. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Test 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Pembesar suara sedang diuji.
Kena bagi tinggi sikit Fuad.
Bagi tinggi tak boleh, bagi tinggi pun tak jalan ni.
Try kabel lagi tu tu.
Sat. Pembesar. Kabel lagi satu pakai jet. Ini pakai USB.
USB. Yang putih tu.
Alah yang positif tu USB, tapi dia ada hijau merah ni.
Ujian pembesar suara. Tak payah filter lah. Pembesar suara. Ujian. Testing mic. Testing. Ingat ni cakap. Pembesar suara diuji. Okey. Naik lagi. Tak. Tapi gain ni untuk ni saja kan? YouTube. Ujian pembesar suara testing mic 1 2 3. Itu dah full dah. Tu. Kuat dah. Ujian pembesar suara. Kat luar dengar bunyi okey dah ni? Okey ya. Okey lah. Dekat YouTube dah okey dah.
Testing mic 1 2 3 1 2 3. Ujian pembesar suara 1 2 3.
Percubaan mic 1 2 3. Online test sound testing mic 1 2 3. Testing mic 1 2 3. Test. Testing mic 1 2 3. Test. Testing mic 1 2 3. Testing. Percubaan mic 1 2 3. Percubaan mic 1 2 3. Online sound testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Tes mic 1 2 3. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue. Test. Pembesar suara slow. Test mic 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. Pembesar suara sedang diuji. 1 2 3 4. 1 2.
Percubaan mic 1 2 3. 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 Satu, dua, tiga. Cuba unmic. Satu, dua, tiga. Satu, dua, tiga. Cuba unmic. Satu, dua, tiga.
Okay. Are we ready? Boleh? Sebab kita dah janji untuk kita stop pukul 4. Okay? This to make way for people who's going to be in the traffic this afternoon. By the way, this afternoon, sebab baru lepas makan kan, walaupun those yang dah pergi semayang tu dah dapat hidayah, muka dah bercahaya, dah fresh. Okay, petang ni kita ada sikit saja lecture, lepas tu I will leave it to you to do your work. Right? Because apa? Because those who are in front of me and also those who are in the YouTube, if you are around, okay, after you have gone through this session, okay, you will be turning yourself into me, Dr. Aisha, right, to train your students, the pre-service teachers. Right, so you are free to use my slides, use it as you want, okay, or make your own slides, or use the Prachayapong's material, come up with how you're going to basically teach your students on how to integrate, or what is STEM learning units and how they can integrate. However, okay, that is one thing that you need to do. Right? You need to teach your pre-service teachers on the STEM learning units and how to integrate STEM learning unit in their practicum. Secondly, itulah datang dapat makan tapi dapat kerja. I feel bad to be telling you this because I'm not responsible for it. As Dr. J, the Wrexham team. I'm only saying this on your behalf, right? Secondly, what you have to do is that before you can train your students, right? Okay, be fair. I would like to ask all of you in this room, how many of you, first of all, have done action research? Action research. Ada yang dah buat? One. Yang lain? Sedang buat action research. How many of you have done lesson study? Lesson study pernah buat? Pernah buat lesson study? Tak pernah buat. Okay. Okay. Where am I getting into? Your second task. In order for you to get your students or pre-service teacher to do lesson study, to train them on how to do lesson study, you have to go through yourself first. Right? Because if you have not gone through the process, it's very difficult for you to transfer the knowledge and skills. So you need to feel it for yourself. So this afternoon we're gonna put you into the first step of what you have to do if you are doing lesson study. The first step you have to do when you want to do lesson study is that tadi kita dah belajar what is STEM learning units, kita dah tengok how it is going to be integrated using the so-called project-based approach or using the activity approach, right? The only thing that we have not seen is the documents that we have to prepare, which is a lesson plan, okay, the actual lesson plan. So, bila you all nak your all punya students nanti buat lesson plan, okay, obviously you will have to come up with a lesson plan first. So your lesson plan, where you integrate the STEM learning unit, is like the skema jawapan kan, yang you akan gunakan untuk you punya students. Betul tak? Eventually you're going to observe your students doing practicum, they integrating STEM learning units, and they actually doing it using lesson plan. Macam mana you all punya core? Yes. Tak, lesson plan for you need to, sekejap lagi kita akan bagi you ruang dan peluang untuk come up with lesson plan as if you are the practicum teachers. Okay? So you kena letakkan diri you as a pre-service teachers, now coming up with a lesson plan integrating the STEM learning units. So lesson plan that you're going to craft is going to be like a skema jawapan. Bila you nanti bantu you punya pre-service teacher to come up with you punya lesson plan yang ada STEM learning unit, yang ada CER, you know, the learning triangle and also the 3D learning. Is it clear? Ada soalan dekat sini? Cuma sekarang ni, do you notice that saya punya gadget ni, I'm just gonna give you, this is me, Aisha. This is how my name is spelled. Okay, I demonstrate to you STEM learning unit, right? Yang 3 unit tadi tu, to you. So basically this is you. Sorry. This, you are the mentor. Your students or the pre-service is your mentee, kan? So eventually they will have to come up with RPH where they integrate the STEM learning unit. The RPH yang ada STEM learning unit ini is going to be implemented during their practicum. Kan? Is it correct? Right? And the process of them doing this is through lesson study. The process of this is also going to be through lesson study. That we're going to do it this afternoon. Action research over action research over action research. So it is nested action research. Nested collaborative action research. Do you see what I mean? You can see the concept. This is your students, practicum. This is you, mentor. This is me, Aisha. Right? So I transfer the STEM learning unit to you. You got to transfer the STEM learning unit to your pre-service teachers. And each and every layer will have to find out how effective it is. Me and Wrexham will find out how effective we are on you. You're going to find out how effective you transferring STEM learning unit and lesson study to your pre-service teachers. So when we talk about wanting to find out effectiveness, we're going to use lesson study to find out the effectiveness. Because dalam lesson study, what we have to do is, we have to recap sikit ni, apa yang Dr. Jaya buat tadi. You have to plan. You have to implement. And then you have to observe. Typical action research. You have to reflect. Reflect for action. The only difference between the normal action research and lesson study is that this perlu dibuat secara berkumpulan. That's the beauty. Sebab kalau action research, macam orang macam saya buat action research, I do it alone. I cry alone, I struggle alone. If I fall, nobody is going to pick me up. The good thing about lesson study that Wrexham adopt for this project is that when you don't know how to do this lesson study, STEM learning unit onto your original curriculum, you're going to do it together. Right? So this afternoon we will break you up, okay, later on, into groups. For example, semua cikgu-cikgu Science Year 5, okay, akan duduk dalam satu group. Contohnya, this is what we originally we plan. Contohnya ini adalah semua guru-guru Science Year 5. And then we have another group Science Year 4. Berapa year lagi lah kita ada. Put them into cluster. Science group Year 5 ni pula maybe kita pecahkan 3. Setiap group ni akan ambil satu maybe content standard ataupun learning standard. It's up to you. I give you full autonomy. How do you like to embed or integrate STEM learning units, right? Why do I put STU? STEM learning unit. Okay. So by the end of today, okay, we hope we will be able to get for Year 5 punya science, kita akan dapat 3 group yang akan I don't know what that sound is. 3 group yang akan propose how they're going to embed STEM learning unit into their current RPH. Is it okay with you? Yeah? I'm sure you already have genius and plenty of activities used in your current setting. It's just a matter now tweaking it to fulfill the STEM learning units punya cara. Itu saja. Okay? So similarly with Year 4 and also for maths, similarly with maths as well. Okay? So basically, hari ini we hope you can plan together. So katalah ada 3 orang expert untuk Science Year 5 di bawah tema Life Science untuk topik human. Let's say this group is doing human, and let's say this group pula melalui lesson study, because you are doing it collaboratively. There are 4 of you. 4 of you will have to decide under human, which is 2.0, do you want to do 2.1, 2.2, 2.3? It's up to you. Or the group feel that, hey, let's take a challenge and do project based. Let's do the whole topic on human. So, you know, the autonomy is on you. Remember, adult learning theories, autonomy is given on you to decide, yeah, during the lesson plan. So once you have decided whether you want to be integrating the SLU into a content content standard, itulah the term ni agak lain sikit daripada sekolah menengah. Content standard, okay, or the learning standard, then you proceed on the RPH. Okay, macam mana sekarang ni you nak ubah RPH yang sedia ada kepada RPH yang berbentuk SLU. So before we go into the breakout session, kenapa 3 Tak ada orang pula nak tanya kenapa 3, doktor? Kenapa 3? Because Dr. Jaya said, remember this morning before we go for lunch, we want to do it 3 cycles. Meaning 3 cycles because kita ada February, March, April. May we have to end up our so-called experiment or intervention. So perhaps we can go for 3 like topics, okay, or 3 standard, okay, learning standards, okay. So once it is done, basically you are ready to implement it onto your students. Okay, you can, because you yourself have gone through the first part of lesson study, now you can implement to your pre-service teacher. What is it that you have to implement? You have to implement satu, the lecture like what we did this morning onto your students, get them to understand what STEM learning unit is all about, this and that, tunjuk dia punya contoh. Lepas tu, help them also to go through the lesson study, which is what we're gonna putting you into first-hand experience of what it's like to be doing collaborative action research at the planning stage, which you call it lesson study. Okay? Right? Sebab kalau you all tak go through sendiri, nak train your punya pre-service nanti ada agak kekok. Ya. Yeah. Collaborative action research. Sorry, so that is for collaborative action research.
At the end of this program, meaning that our students or maybe the lecturers, do they have to come out with action research report or what?
The best, the end product, if you ask me, okay, sebab saya pernah, bukan pernah saya dulu terlibat ni masa dekat KPT, Project Action Research dengan sekolah, tu satu, dengan KPM. Yang kedua ialah saya wujudkan Action Research Group di Universiti Malaya. And until now, that Action Research Grant and Action Research Group masih lagi bertahan. Dan setiap tahun apa kita buat ialah we celebrate their outcome of their research through a seminar and through publication of book. Okay, collections of all the action research report. Okay, I don't know what's the plan in Wrexham, but as far as the CTAP project is concerned, the action research that you do at this level and your teacher do will be reported, okay, to KPM and also to SIMIO, to the higher level. Is it clear? Yeah. Sure. Betul. Yeah, betul. And also publish. Yes, definitely. I think Wrexham has no problem in taking your proposal. If Wrexham cannot take your proposal, the IPG can do that amongst yourself. It doesn't have to be big, right? It doesn't have to be big. I'm also currently mentoring a group of action researchers in KPTM Kuantan on this as well, on improving their assessment. So what we want to do at the end of the day, like what you mentioned, we're going to come up with, in fact, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to come up with colloquium. That colloquium, we will discuss how is our teachers, doing at the beginning of the planning stage of action research. And at the end of the day, we're going to get them to write the action research report. We're going to put it in a book on KPTM collection of action research. So if Wrexham don't do it for you, I think basically your IPG at any time can do it for you. It doesn't have to be the physical book. It can be e-book. It can be in a form of not even a book or a report. It can be in a form of playbook or coffee table book, which is much easier for you to publish. As long as whatever experience that you've got out of this intervention is shared with others so that others can actually benefit from the experience. Is it okay? Okay. Okay. Nampak bigger picture dia? Okay. So before we break up, what we're going to do is, alamak, mana orang teknikal? The slide don't move. Saya just nak, tak gerak. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look at what we have, okay, in Malaysia, and how are we going to integrate the one that we have learned this morning. Right, so first of all, I think each and every one of us must have known what is the SKP is all about, the standard curriculum. And obviously in our standard curriculum, we know that there is such thing as the content standard and also the learning standard. Okay, so these are the documents. Saya ambil contoh yang tadi lah, Sains tahun 5. And kalau nak tengok detail lagi, boleh tengok buku ni yang saya bagi juga, which is the inquiry base. And you can see this is your KSSR daripada booklet ini, dokumen ini. Dan dalam ni dah ada content standard, learning standard, all the learning outcomes and all that, and you got to deliver that. Now we're going to find out how are we going to deliver all these inside our standard, where we would like to integrate the STEM learning units yang 3 ni supaya dia appear di dalam kita punya lesson plan. Okay, so kena duduk sini lah. Okay, so nak kata bahawa STEM learning units ni baharu, it's not really baharu. If you look very carefully, it has been spelled out, has been stated in the KSSR document. Saya baca KSSR document ni macam wow, terkejut ni. Terkejut beruk. And this document is not new. Okay, kita hari ini belajar STEM learning units. If you look very carefully, it's all there. It's all there. You tengok dekat situ, ini adalah page 27 in the science year 5. It says that when you want to teach STEM, start with questioning and then developing using models. You see, exactly, kan? Sama dengan apa yang kita bincang tadi, kan? Tetapi yang tak ada dalam KSSR ni tadi adalah apa? Proforma untuk student isi the claim evidence reasoning. Do you notice that? Contoh, how do we upgrade the learning outcome from 1D to 3D, for example. Yang tak ada dalam dokumen KSSR ni is about, for example, what is the NGSS expectation, which is the 3D learning punya elemen tadi. Itu saja yang tak ada. Nak kata tak ada pun sebenarnya salah, sebab at the end of the day, it has been spelled out dekat dalam dokumen ni, dekat bahagian-bahagian yang lain. If you read very carefully, it's all there. Tapi yang saya kata tu, mungkin some teachers has already done the STEM learning units in their practice. Maybe some teachers haven't. Itu saja. Ataupun some teachers have done it 50%, 30%, 20%, maybe 70%. Okay, because if they read the KSSR and if they do what the KSSR actually require us to do, then they will definitely fulfill the STEM learning units punya requirement. Okay, so that's what it is. Now it's working. So this is again, saya just nak tunjuk dokumen-dokumen kita kat Malaysia. Janganlah rasa sebenarnya what we practice is, tak berapa bagus. We always need to improve macam orang dekat US. Tak, sebenarnya kita sangat maju ke hadapan dari segi dokumen lah. Okay, implementation I'm not quite sure. So implementation, I'll leave it to you. But all I'm saying is that it's all documented. You can see here. Nampak tak dekat sini the teachers are not supposed to be teaching. Ini daripada KSSR Mathematics. You can see that the teachers are supposed to facilitate. Okay, like what we have discussed this morning, right? So the expectation from the KSSR is actually very clear. Okay, but the implementation, again, we're going to review. Right. So, all the 5 members country that implementing these STEM learning units, that is Cambodia, Kazakhstan, Thailand, Indonesia, okay, the 4. When they want to embed STEM learning units in their curriculum, okay, they found, similarly as what we found, there are 3 approaches. Ada typo kat sini. Three approaches how we can integrate the STEM learning unit. Satu yang kita dah tengok tadi tu, using the project based approach. Satu lagi yang kita dah juga tengok ialah kita embed aktiviti saja yang muat 40 minit. Dan satu lagi kita boleh embed what we call investigation. Okay, investigation ni maknanya dia akan makan masa like 2 lessons, okay, 3 lessons. Tapi kalau project based, you can see dia ambil masa lebih daripada 2-3 lessons. Maybe dia akan ambil like 6-7 lessons altogether, and it will last like 5 weeks, 7 weeks. So that is what we call the project based. I was told that in Malaysia bukan tak ada orang tak buat project based, sebenarnya ada. So you'll be surprised, okay? Not that you'll be surprised, it's just a matter of you maybe pergilah buat benchmarking punya visit to these places where they have done the project base for their teachers, right? So kita dah tengok contoh yang ni tadi pagi, kita dah tengok contoh yang ni pagi tadi. So sekarang ni kita nak tengok satu lagi contoh before we put you into the breakout. Macam mana kita nak letak project based approach ni, kita nak simulate dalam year 5 punya science lah. Ni saya punya attempt, agak-agak aja. So you are the subject matter expert, you can tell me whether this approach is suitable or not suitable, okay? Because I'm not teachers myself. So kalau kita tengok dekat dalam year 5 science, what you have dekat dalam theme yang kedua, which is life science. Theme yang kedua ni ialah life science, and bawah life science ni ada 3 topik. Human, animal and also plants. Di bawah human ni pula you ada 3 lagi subtopics, human skeletal system, body circularity system and also relationship between the system in human body. Right? Dalam project based approach, okay, what we need to do is we need to, if let's say we take one topic which is human. Okay, saya sengaja je ambil topik human sebab senang kan, badan sendiri. Okay, kalau kita tengok topik human, kalau kita nak integrate STEM learning unit dalam topik human dan nak guna project based approach, this is how we going to do it. I think first of all, what we need to do is we need to take note of all the learning standards. Okay, daripada learning standards ni, apa yang kita perlu buat sekarang ni ialah tengok semua learning standards ni, lembab learning standards ni macam outcome kan. Actually it is an outcome for that particular content standard. Daripada situ kita come up dengan macam mana semuanya di bawah human tu is gonna be used in a real phenomena. Okay, macam mana kita nak deliver the content standard itu menggunakan real phenomena. So in here, I make an example that, oh, kita boleh belajar tentang human ni kalau kita ambil fenomena berkaitan dengan accident. Okay, remember di core nota dekat core concept tadi tu, dekat yang sini, create something yang dekat dengan pelajar you, create something yang doable. That's what we're trying to do. Okay, so student dia pergi sekolah, dia akan naik apa? Naik motor lah, naik van lah, naik kereta kan. They will have to travel to school, right? So at any time, anybody can, of course kita minta jauh kan, can actually come across accident if it's happen. Okay, so if accident happen, okay, so this meaning that this is a real phenomenon that can happen to any one of our children that come to school. That and has happened many times. Ramai je pelajar sekolah yang naik motor, accident, meninggal lah, inilah itulah. Yang dekat rumah saya tu sampai dia punya tulang apa? Tulang kaki terkeluar daripada isi. Aku tak tahu macam mana boleh jadi gitu. Kan? So here bila kita dah identify macam mana topik human itu boleh kita deliver melalui satu phenomenon yang real. Okay? Then only kita akan tengok kita punya apa ni tadi? Kita punya learning content, dan dekat situ nanti kita akan cuba fikirkan what kind of driving questions and sub-driving questions that we going to come up with. Okay? So kalau kita tengok dekat sini ada 5 learning content. Ada 5 learning content. Tak bermakna kita kena come up dengan 5 sub-driving question. Therefore kita akan guna 5 lesson. Tak semestinya. Kita boleh combine some of the learning standard itu kepada satu investigation. Okay. So kalau kita tengok dekat sini, after we have dapat satu fenomena, kita akan start dengan 3D learning outcome. The 3D learning outcome kat sini yang saya cuba buat ialah conduct an investigation to gather evidence and use data to construct an argument that explain the function of human skeletal system in determining impact of an accident on human ability or disability. Betul tak saya kata kalau misalnya any of your skeletal system damage, you will become disabled. Jadi cross-cutting konsepnya ialah apa? You have to understand that it is important for you to use the subject content to recognize your skeletal and your bones and joints, to make sure that you look after them, be safe, right? So that you don't become disabled. But if, for example, you become disabled because of your skeletal system damage, the cross-cutting concept here at the end of the day, kalau saya mengajar topik ni, saya nak student faham bahawa disabled or OKU people is okay. We cannot, saya punya harapan ialah bila saya ajar subjek ni, walaupun dia about skeletal human being, saya nak ajar nilai murni such that kita tidak boleh pinggirkan orang OKU. Inclusivity punya konsep. Okay? And what makes them, we need to understand what makes them disabled, what can they do, what they cannot do, therefore how are we going to treat them in society. I think that is very important here. So that is the cross-cutting concept that we want students to learn about the skeletal system. Asalnya nak belajar pasal bone saja ni. Tapi sebenarnya kita nak mendidik kita punya masyarakat bahawa your bones is very important. You need to look after your pemakanan, you need to look after your safety, you need to look after those who are disadvantaged or disabled in the society. So you see how the cross-cutting concept now getting into the core ideas. Once you have done that, you are ready now, okay, to plan you punya project. Because kita buat project base full blown, you boleh namakan project ni sebagai jom pakai topi ataupun tali pinggang keledar. Okay, so itu nama project tu. Tetapi dia punya driving questions dia ialah this: why must we put on a proper helmet or fasten our seat belt when we travel on the road? Padahal nak ajar pasal skeletal system kan, tapi driving question dia ialah why do you have to put on your helmet when you travel? Why? Because if you don't put on your helmet, if you crap, your skull will break, your brain will shake, you will not be able to function. Everything will just be jelly. Kan? Sebab manusia ni kan Tuhan jadikan tiga elemen kan, which is a physical, your brain and also your soul. So if that does not work, then your body, your motor, your limbs and everything will not get the signal from your brain. So that's what it is. So basically lepas you ada you punya driving question, untuk you punya project tadi tu, jom pakai helmet tu. Lepas tu what you have to do is, now you have to look at your learning standards. So you're going to deliver all your learning standard, no doubts. Okay? Masa you nak deliver you punya learning standard, you can break it up into, let's say, I do not want to have 5 investigations altogether. So I just like to reduce it into 3 investigations. So I'm going to deliver function of skeletal system as one lesson that I will get students to do investigation. And then I want students to actually do an activities on how they will learn about bones and joints. Okay. Okay, and another one is I want students to learn about importance of skeletal system, which I will deliver KSSR 2.14 and also 2.15. Once I realize that, I will create sub-driving question based on those learning standard. Okay, so this one is actually based on 2.11. So I create sub-driving questions such as, what happens if you break your skull or any part of your body during accident? Okay. And then sub-driving question number 2, we want to deliver topics on bones and joints. So I actually come up with the question that which part of your body will become disabled due to your accident. Okay. So kalau misalnya you punya bone yang crack, so what will happen to your ability? Or what will happen if doktor cement you dekat bahagian tu? If your joint actually dislocate or if your joint actually crack, what happened to your ability? So in order to explain about bones and joints, this is the question that I'm going to use as a sub-driving question, right? So and so on, and then the final sub-driving question. So for each sub-driving question, I will come up with activities. Okay, this is an example of activities for sub-driving question number 1. So basically, I will get the sub-driving question number 1 is what happens if you break your skull or any part of your body. Okay, right? So first of all, I think we need to get students to explore this question and then get them to, remember, do the modeling, okay? And then get them to, this is up to the teacher's creativity, okay? So this is when you either use a video, you can actually use, if you don't take a skull, if let's say we take tali pinggang cradle, let's say you break macam you punya leg dekat situ, you can actually get the students untuk the activity will involve you untuk bawa satu papan lah, kan? Okay, katalah dia break dia punya kaki dekat sini, so get the students to put papan dekat sini, ask them to walk. Dia memang tak boleh walk macam biasa lah, kan? Dia akan walk like this lah, kan? Because the joints are basically the bones yang ada dekat bahagian situ, dia kena tahulah itu bones apa and so on, whether they can support themselves. I think you are very creative when it comes to all these activities, right? So similarly with other sub-driving question, you can come up with that activities. And to be honest, saya nak buka buku yang ada dekat Malaysia. You will be surprised that it's already there. Mana dia? Tengok dekat Science Town 5. Kita tengok dekat ni kan, manusia. Tell me whether this is buku teks or not. semuanya dah ada. Okay, dah ada dah pun dekat sini. The actual phenomena. Fenomena pun dah ada. Fenomena dekat sini ialah Chan ni jatuh. Dan bila dia jatuh, dia injured dia punya lutut. Right? So bila dia jatuh dan dia injured dia punya lutut, dia pergi x-ray, tengok ada satu tulang yang dah patah. Okay? There are plenty of resources already available dekat dalam buku teks ni yang kita boleh adopt dan adapt terus saja sebenarnya. Tu saya kata, actuallynya nak integrate STEM learning units ni bukanlah sesuatu yang baru, because it's already there. Dan kalau kita tengok pula YouTube yang Malaysian teachers have developed on how to deliver certain topics or certain content, ada banyak sangat. Ada banyak sangat sebenarnya. So, all I'm saying is that go ahead and look at the local resources and you will get plenty of ideas on how we can deliver a specific topic, okay, through a phenomenon. Saya nak tunjuk yang satu lagi, yang saya ambil gambar tadi tu, gambar motor tu sebenarnya dari sini, accident motor tu. Kalau kita tengok, yang ini orang choke, ini dia, yang situasi 3 ni. Mengapa pemakaian helmet seperti topik. Okay, alright. So dalam buku teks kita memang dah ada phenomenon ni. Always start with real phenomenon. Remember yang Prachaya Pong's punya example, yang dia deliver topik tu dalam masa 40 minit sahaja. He started with a ship. Why ship float? Maknanya start dengan real phenomenon. Macam case dekat sini, kenapa perlu pakai topi keledar or helmet? Okay, sebenarnya kita nak deliver pasal skeletal system. Okay, so start with real phenomena. So dalam ni ada plenty of examples of real phenomena dalam buku teks kita. Okay, so let's go back to kita punya PowerPoint. Just this one. Okay. Right. So bila kita nak integrate STEM learning unit pakai project based, that is the process. That is the process. Mula-mula identify you punya topic, find real phenomenon to that topic, and then look at all you punya learning standard, and then find out how are you going to come up with driving question. Daripada you punya learning standard, craft appropriate sub-driving questions. Daripada sub-driving questions inilah baru you come up with all the activities and experiments that you can actually do in your classroom. Okay, so that is the full-blown project base. Okay. Dan kalau kita lihat dekat sini, oh tak working. I don't know where the technical teams are. So now what we would like you to do is, we would like you to explore. Ada dua lagi approach. Yang satu ialah kita embed dalam aktiviti sahaja. Okay, dalam kita punya lesson plan. So I would like each and every one of you to go into this STEM Resource Finder ni. You type in Concord Consortium. Siapa yang YouTube? You can go into your search in your laptop or in your handphone. Go into Concord Consortium. Can everybody get into this web page? Okay. Since you are going to get your pre-service teacher to also go into this web page, I would like you to register yourself now. It's only take 1 minute to do that. Register kepada, kat situ kan you boleh log in ataupun register. Kalau you belum register lagi, register now. Dekat atas tu. Type Concord Consortium, you will get this web page. And on this web page, nampak tak dekat atas kanan tu, ada log in, ada register. Okay, register. Because you want to get access to all the resources. Register. Boleh? Successful tak register? We will wait for you. As a teacher lah. Create your account lah. It will take like 1 minute je kan nak register. Dia ambil sikit je information. Okay, once you register, login. Login. Saya dah register, jadi saya cuba login Oh, alamak. Sebab tak pakai laptop saya kan. Right. Bila dah login, we are supposed to get this. Semua orang dapat macam ni ke bila dah login? Now, I would like you to go into find resources. We will go back to this blue page. Let me know if you are having trouble. Find resources. Okay, what do you have in this resources punya area? You ada project dekat dalam ni. You ada activities dekat dalam ni. If you would like to embed STEM learning unit through project based, you can find, they call it investigations. Dia tak panggil project dia panggil investigations. Itu terms yang dia pakai. So we need to get ourselves familiar. Tapi kalau you nak embed small activities dalam you punya 40 minit, you can find activities dekat dalam library ni. Tapi malam tadi sampai dekat pukul 1 pagi saya cuba cari activities untuk primary school. Untuk science and mathematics sangat tak banyak. Sangat tak banyak tu sikit lah kan. Tetapi saya rasa kalau you buka YouTube daripada guru-guru cemerlang Malaysia, some passionate teachers, there are plenty of activities that you can adopt and adapt. So all I'm saying, this is not the only resources where you can actually look at how to embed project and also activities so that you can actually embed or integrate the STEM learning units into your current practice. So macam mana kita nak guna ni ialah, kalau kita tengok dekat sini, katalah saya cikgu, alah saya tak study sangat lah, saya minta maaf dengan mathematics punya teachers katalah saya tadi nak cari yang pasal science year 5 kan. So basically I can click to the grade level. Obviously sekolah rendah is elementary, right? Elementary. Lepas tu I can select the subject. Katalah subjek tadi science tu lah under life science, human punya topik kan. So dekat sini nanti ada senarai lah. Okay, ada senarai, ada yang activities, ada yang for example investigation. Investigation ni saya just nak explain. Investigation ni tadi as I mentioned, dia macam project. Okay, dia adalah satu project. Okay, ni investigation. So bawah investigation ni dia ada banyak activities. For example, activity 1, 2, activity 3, and so on and so on. Okay, investigation ni kalau projek dia dah level apa, topik tadi ataupun content standard. Activity ni pula adalah level tadi tu learning standard, ataupun apa yang kita boleh terus pakai kepada kita punya RPH. Okay, so kalau kita tengok kat sini, malam tadi saya nak cuba cari human skeletal system. Saya cari macam tak ada. So what you have to do is, petang ni, what time is it now? It's already 3:30. The group yang buat science year 5, okay, decide which group are you going to belong yourself to. Sebab kita nak buat tadi science year 5 pun akan pecah kepada 3 group kan. So setiap group find out what topic do you want to do, or what learning units that you want to do, and then go through the Concord Consortium resources, find out whether there's any learning activities or investigation available for you to take and use straight away. Plug and play. Right? Why do I say plug and play? This is what I would like to show you. Tapi saya nak guna contoh lain. Saya nak guna contoh fizik, saya nak guna contoh high school. Kita let dia load. Okay. Katalah saya ajar physics form 4 dan saya ajar tentang momentum and also velocity. Physics. Okay, I would like to show you an example of how do I select something from, let's say I'm teaching physics untuk tingkatan 4. So saya dah letak physics dekat sini and high school. And let's say I'm teaching forces and momentum. Hari tu kita ada guna ni. So far ada tak jumpa you all punya activities yang related to your topics? Okay. Physics tak nak lah high school. How to cancel this? Okay, now we go to the middle school. Middle school physics. What I would like to share with you is that bila you dah pilih, let's say you pilih satu activities, macam ni kan, these are all scenario activities. If you actually, saya tak tahu kenapa tak keluar yang middle school punya physics yang kita pakai hari tu, which is forces and momentum. When you click to any of these activities, what you're gonna get is you're gonna get a lesson plan, okay, yang tunjuk all the STEM learning units element. Dekat sini, ceramic forces. Spring model. Okay, kalau tak jumpa dekat sini, saya akan pergi, saya sebenarnya cuba cari yang ini, page yang ni, yang ada describing velocity ni. What I would like to show you is that bila you click dekat one of these activity, you will be able to get dia punya lesson plan macam ni. You can get all these documents, okay? If you look at all these documents, this is the lesson plan when the STEM learning units has been embedded into the topic. You can see all the questions that we can use for our students. We can use this driving and sub-driving questions straight away if we want to deliver the topics, if the topic is actually exactly the same as what we would like to deliver in our subject. So I hope that you will be able to explore the content from Concord Consortium, download some of the documents, have a look at the investigation documents, have a look at the activity documents. The activity lesson plan look like this. The investigation document is a little bit longer sebab dia project kan. Ini adalah dokumen untuk investigation. Investigation tu is a project. Dalam project tu, dia akan ada contohnya 5 sub-driving question. Each sub-driving question akan ada activities dia, dia punya lesson plan dia, akan ada all the intervention, okay, dan apa bahan-bahan yang kita kena bawa dalam kelas. So, these documents are complete. Tapi kalau activities sahaja, kalau kita nak embed activities sahaja, you can download dia punya lesson plan for the activities. You can see these are the questions, example of questions that we can use in our classroom directly. Okay? So, petang ni, saya tak tahu berapa masa lagi kita ada sebab ada yang nak balik pukul 4 dekat planning stage ni. Now that you have seen a typical lesson plan where STEM learning unit is being embedded, okay, and you have also seen your own lesson plan yang ada sama ada 5E, 6E, whatever E it is, okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow you to take your time, look at your lesson plan now, look at the lesson plan that you download from the Concord Consortium, find out how are you going to improve your lesson plan such that it consists of driving questions, sub-driving questions, and other follow-up questions that you're going to use in your classroom. Remember, when you embed STEM learning units in your existing curriculum, you're going to use facilitation approach. You're going to allow your students to discover the content by you prompting appropriate questions. Right? Sebab tu kalau you tengok dia punya lesson plan, dekat sini ada banyak soalan. Tapi dalam kita punya lesson plan, yang macam Dr. Jaya tunjuk pagi tadi sebelum lunch, kita punya lesson plan tak banyak soalan dalam lesson plan kita. Itu beza dia dalam lesson plan kita dengan lesson plan yang kalau kita embed STEM learning units. So now your task this afternoon is to, first of all, macam mana kita nak break up? Sempat tak nak break up? Dah already sit in your group. You are group. Yeah, no. What I mean is science ke maths ke? Science, yeah. So science year 5, which topic are you going to do? You're going to discuss yourself. You all maths. Okay, siapa yang science year 5, maybe you can join this table. So can I know science year 4? Siapa ada science year 4? Remember, lesson study ni kita tak struggle dan kita tak buat sorang-sorang. Sekarang ni kita nak buat lesson plan menggunakan Malaysia punya lesson plan, tetapi ada STEM learning unit. Ada soalan. Year 5 science, year 4. Tak, yang besar ni nanti dia kena pecah 3 kan? Yang besar ni, you just come along here, pecah 3. Yang pecah 3 tu, satu grup yang besar ni akan pecah 3 kan? Okay, sebab year 5 punya science kan ada beberapa tema kan? Satu grup ambil satu tema, satu grup ambil satu tema. Tapi kalau boleh kita nak something yang you punya pre-service teacher akan implement during February, March, April. Jadi, ya betul-betul nak guna. Jadi kalau boleh, kalau betul-betul nak guna, sebab itulah saya tunjuk contoh kat situ human kan, because very likely untuk February, March, April, theme yang akan kena ialah theme yang kedua, which is life science. Life science kan tadi ada 3 kan? Human, plant dengan ni kan? Human, animal, plant. Not necessarily. You rasa-rasa, sebab saya tak ada yearly plan, sebab tu saya punya problem dekat situ. You yang tahu you punya yearly plan. ada. Ada tak siapa-siapa ada yearly plan untuk sekolah? Kalau ada yearly plan untuk sekolah, find out February, March, April. What will be the topic ataupun learning standard yang cikgu-cikgu you akan implement waktu praktikum? Yang itu yang you nak come up with dia punya lesson plan, because you going to get your pre-service teacher to do that. Yeah? So nanti pecah 3, ambil 3 lah. Decide lah. Apa yang dia nak kena ajar bulan 2 ataupun bulan 3, bulan 4, bulan 5. Kan? Betul lah. Okay, yang matematik group, are you joining any group? Maths ke? Okay. Okay. Tapi you agak-agak lah, normally the earlier topics tu akan jatuh pada February, March. Sebab tu I anticipate tadi tu, maybe I tahu sebenarnya before team nombor 2 untuk science year 5 ialah life science tadi. Sebenarnya theme number 1 tu is going to be like February dia orang akan buat. Tapi theme number 1 tu is not really something that you can come up with solid real phenomenon. Itu masalah di dekat sini. What about your group? Maths. Okay. Which year?
For maths, for me it's very hard to implement the CR, especially for level 1, because the level 1 they learn about the basic numeracy, right? So how we want to guide the student, okay, so the student can implement the CR method. For the first two, the 3D learning and then level 1, I think
the CER, kalau untuk matematik,
evidence for primary, especially level 1, how we guide the student, let the student they can claim the evidence. If like this, it looks like familiar to their daily situation. Look like money of topics very familiar with them. Yes, topic of money. Middle of the academic, because you taught in topic 5. Yes, in yes.
When you do your topic, by right it should be linked slightly to the higher topic as well. But here, obviously, that part will be dealt in depth in the later topic, right? But here, we can just keep it low. The best is for you to find out how other teachers throughout Malaysia deal with that topic. What activities do they use? What real phenomenon maybe other people have used? Maybe you cannot find appropriate resources from the Concord.
Actually, Concord for primary Malaysia very less.
Sebab itulah saya cakap sampai pukul 1 pagi malam tadi cuba cari untuk you answer. I have no clue. Maybe ada tempat lain. Right. Can you help me to tell them that now it's the breakout time? Right. Apa expectation kita daripada what you have to do petang ni? Tomorrow, we're gonna throw a dice. We're gonna select which group is going to share how you embed your STEM learning units in your existing topics or subtopics or whatever you want to call it. Never mind, start small, we are in this together. Itu gunanya lesson study. Tak tahu bersama. Okay. Saya just nak tunjuk ramai tadi yang tanya kat mana nak dapat lesson plan. Contoh lesson plan bagi aktiviti. Okay, kalau kita dah log in into Concord Consortium, then only you will be able to see, katalah saya ambil ni untuk physics tingkatan 4. Okay, saya nak ajar tentang velocity and also momentum. Jadi saya nak pakai aktiviti ni terus. Okay, apa saya buat ialah saya boleh share aktiviti ni terus dengan student saya, provided that student saya register, supaya bila student saya register, dia boleh buat aktiviti ni terus through the internet. Yang kedua ialah saya boleh buat aktiviti ni dalam kelas. Kalau saya nak buat aktiviti ni dalam kelas, apa saya buat ialah saya akan download teacher guide. Okay, kita klik dekat teacher guide, kita akan dapat lesson plan. Inilah dia lesson plan yang kita nak tadi tu kan. Jadi kalau kita tengok dekat sini, dekat lesson plan itu, dia dah siap-siap dah bagi kita soalan and also supportive questions. So, kalau misalnya kita bagi dekat student kita terus guna handphone dia ataupun guna tablet dia ataupun kita bawa student pergi makmal komputer, kita suruh dia buat aktiviti ni, maka student akan pergi terus ke aktiviti itu, dan as a teacher kita boleh preview what this activity is all about. Student akan terus saja type dekat sini jawapan diorang. Once dia dah type dekat jawapan diorang, they will move on to the next step, to the next step, to the next step. Katalah dekat sini saya cuba jawab. Imagine you are a TV sport commentator for a major car race. What techniques counts to use and describe action of your audience? Okay, katalah saya letaklah apalah XXX. Okay, dan saya akan tekan enter if I'm not mistaken. Let me see whether it works. So you can play around with this. You go to next. Then bila you pergi next, obviously this software will bring your students, okay, to the next things. So you boleh movekan kereta ni, you jawab dulu and then you movekan kereta ni. Once you dah movekan kereta ni, then your students will go next sampailah dia habis belajar topik tentang velocity tu. So those are the how you can select material daripada Concord Consortium and implement it in your classroom. So similarly with investigation, katalah kita nak ambil projek daripada Concord Consortium ni, kita pergi saja dekat projek tu, nanti kita akan boleh download the whole document, semua aktiviti di dalam projek tu yang kita nak pakai. Okay, we can just implement it straight away without we have to adapt ke adopt ke whatsoever lah. Kita boleh terus guna, plug and play sahaja. Okay, so tadi kita tak jumpa yang ni. So that is how you use it.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Right, for those who need to leave, right? So thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow and have a good trip and have a good day. All right. I pass it back to Dr. Jaya.
Hello everyone, thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. All right, guys, since tomorrow is Friday, we start at 8 a.m., yeah? Okay, and tomorrow 8 a.m. till 12 p.m. After that will be the closing. The closing will be a very soft closing where we just have a certificate presentation and then lunch and can go back. Okay, it won't be very long. All right, yes, teacher. The template, is it? The 5E learning cycle that I had. Is it the one? Something like that. For lesson study or for the lesson plan? Okay.
Lesson study yang dah download and also investigation document yang saya dah download so that you can have a look. Right? So far tak ada template. It's a free flow. You can use your own template as long as it address what your pre-service teacher need to do dekat sekolah tu.
That's why remember I said there's no rules that you must use this way of lesson planning. As long as something acceptable that is normally you'll use. Yes. I think most of the IPGs you all use 5E, right? That is one of the reasons why I showed you all the 5E example. So I think the 5E is good enough, right? Because it has explore, this one, right? This one, elaboration, everything can, right? Yes. Boleh je. That's why I say anything. As long you realize there is opportunity for them to use the STEM learning units, and then you can fit in the real phenomena, you know. Okay ke? Okay lah, kita not so strict. Oh, I think.
Send you one link. The link வந்து அந்த குரூப்ல போட்டுருங்க.
Okay. Okay.
செஞ்சதா சர்டிபிகேட் கொடுப்பாங்க சொல்லுங்க.
Okay, kurang GP anpir. Anything you all want to send them? There's one more request from the research team. I've already shared with you all a link. Please fill in the link kindly. There's a link for Google Form, Dr. Bala. Google Form. Oh. Okay, please, don't forget to fill in the link. It's very important. Not for you all, I think for the teachers. Whoever that's joined in the group. Yang nak pergi, make sure you all have your tea first. Don't go back straight. We already prepared your tea. Tea macam biasa dekat Mutiara Lounge. And please remember, tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. ya. Kalau Friday kat sini selalu pukul 8.